Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, let me invite you to item 4. Item 4, correction of votes and proceedings. Correction of votes and proceedings. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page number 7. Page number 8. Yes. Honourable member for Nam-Tom.
Speaker, on page 8, at number 5, the Honourable member Blankson Alex was in the chamber yesterday.
Page 8, come again.
Speaker, page 8, on the list of absentees, number 5, the Honourable member for Akrofrom, he was in the chamber yesterday.
Table, can they take note? So it means he was here but he refused to register his name. That's the implication. If hammer this particular issue over and over again. Yes.
The Speaker, this reminds me, a couple of members often appear in the chamber and for some reasons are marked absent. I would encourage members to always pay attention to the vote and proceedings and ensure that they are not unduly marked absent. Our colleague Farouk Ali Mahama is one such victim of this situation. You know, he comes and perhaps he doesn't sign off and he's marked absent, and it's been going on. I just drew his attention just yesterday that he has a lot of absentees, records in his name, which is not the case. No. It has to be resolved now before privileges. So I just want to put that on record, that I've drawn his attention. So you'd have to check it and then correct all that.
Are you having issue with? Okay, let him hear.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think that it is important and it's necessary now for you to direct that this old system of coming to write our names should now no longer be the case. I mean, in many parliaments you have gone, you simply go and then you press a knob, you are registered. So as we enter, the knob is at all the angles. Then you press and enter, you are recorded. You don't need to come and be writing your names and people getting up to say, I was here yesterday, my name is not around. If that is directed, it will help us, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think leadership is already taking note of that. I'm aware a lot of discussions are going on that. But until we get to that point, I will reiterate what the deputy majority leader just said. Please, once you enter the chamber, make it a point to register your name. It's important. Because if you come here and you don't register your name, the next day you come and say you were here, but you've been marked absent. I think it's so let's make it a point that once you enter the chamber, you register your name. Yes, Minister for Defense.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Because of what you have said, it's drawing my attention to something. Do I understand that coming to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, because now our constituents are taking note of the fact that this person has come, this person has not come. It's becoming an issue to the people of Ghana. And some MPs are being chastised for nothing, that they have absented themselves and that kind of thing. Doesn't mean, Mr. Speaker, that until you enter this chamber, you have not come to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, if I am a member of the Finance Committee and they start their work at 9 a.m. and I come to work and for some reason Parliament sits for just 30 minutes and I'm unable to register, but meanwhile I am here working, are we saying that that person has not come to Parliament, has not done his work for that day, for his constituents to have a problem with him? We need to look at these things carefully because it's a problem. It's becoming an issue that until a member comes to the chamber, we take our traditions from the British Parliament. Sometimes you watch TV and only 6 people are working. But at the end of the day, because they are doing Parliament work, committee work, they are marked as present. I believe it's for good reason that those who attend committees, their names are captured on the votes and proceedings. Why can't we allow such people to be marked present as well? So it means until you come to the chamber, you are absent. I don't get it. So we need direction on it.
Yes, leader.
My worry is that my colleague is a very senior member of this House. And Speaker, 3 successive speakers have made this ruling. So we don't need to go back to it. Because Speaker, the reason is that the way we structured our standing orders is different from those other parliaments that you're talking about. Because as we start now, if somebody raises quorum, and in 10 minutes Mr. Speaker doesn't have a quorum, we have to adjourn the House. So that is why all the speakers have insisted. Until you enter this chamber, you can be at the corridors here. You will still be marked absent. There have been instances that I was sitting in the committee. When I look at the way the committee proceedings are, it may be difficult to get. I have to pick leave of absence to complete, just to make sure that I will not be marked absent without permission. Yet I was just at the doctor center. So for me, if we want to change it, we take advantage in the new standing orders, because 3 successive speakers have made this ruling. And Honorable Nitu, let's be frank, most of our colleagues have the habit of coming to Parliament without trying to mention names. They will sit through the tea area the whole day. They won't even enter here. They are not also at the committee. And yet they will go and say that they come to Parliament. You know, we have those challenges. So I'm just saying that we've all been arguing that let's have the biometric system where you enter through the entrances. It takes your biometric, and then the time you are leaving, it takes it.
is able to record neatly. So that when you are, because you remember, I mean, you were deputy leader when we insisted that committees should not sit before Parliament sits. They should wait for us to start sitting so that they will come into the chamber before they go and start committee. Or if they start early and they see that the chamber has started, they suspend, let members come into the chamber and then go back so that they will avoid this situation that I was in a committee, I've been marked absent. But unfortunately, a lot of MPs want to take undue advantage of saying that, oh, I've come, I'm in my office. Why should I be marked absent? Come into the chamber. Because our standing orders is such that when we start and we don't have the right number, we may have to close the house. So we need to avoid that. So maybe in our new standing orders, we need to explicitly state so that will be able to negate the rulings of the speakers, because they've made rulings and you were there. Peter Aladete made it. I mean, Seti Hughes, even Professor Kwe. So let's not be going back because we'll be putting the deputy speaker in a very tight corner now. We want him to make a ruling that will contradict all these ones. But we know our challenge. So, in a new standing order, if we decide to change the system, then we state it explicitly in our standing orders. That will not give room for any speaker to make a ruling that becomes binding on us. So, Mr. Speaker, let's keep the system. Let's encourage members to come into the chamber. And then all of us, when you come, when they are doing vote and proceedings, stop the conversation and look through and make sure that you've been marked rightly. If you were absent with permission, make sure that it was properly recorded. If you were present and you were marked absent, make sure that it's properly recorded. But this trying to find a way of getting the chamber empty, whilst in the next day you see 200 people were present, and then at a point in time, quorum, we couldn't even have quorum, we have to suspend. Yet the next day, you come and see 220 people were in the house. I mean, it's humiliating to say the least, because then the public say, you couldn't even have number to conduct business. Yet the next day, it's recording over 200 of you were there. How did this happen? Let's get the parliamentary system so that we can overcome all these challenges.
Well, please, we've had enough of this. We are moving on. This is the prime time. We have a lot of work to do today. So we move to page 9. Page 8, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I obtained permission to travel for 3 days, and you are very much aware. But for the 3 days, I've been marked absent, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, although I obtained permission. So I urge you to let the table office correct.
Yeah, table, kindly take note. I'm aware of his absence.
Thank you.
Please. We move to page 9. Yes, honorable member for Nadoli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 6 on page 9. I think the third line. Pay tribute in memory of the 10th anniversary. Now it does not indicate clearly what it is. I think it should be 10th anniversary of the demise of the former president.
Come again. Page 9, item
6. Page 9, item 6.
Yes.
The third line.
Tribute in memory
of the 10th anniversary, but it does not indicate clearly what 10th anniversary it is. Probably the demise or the passing of the former president of the republic.
Okay. Table, kindly take note.
Thank you.
We move to page 10. Page 11. Yes, Honorable. Is it Honorable? Mr. Speaker. Okay. Let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, page 11. The first paragraph. There's a word there. I'm sure it's supposed to be covered. Last ministries and agencies is replaced with covert entities.
It's not greatly spelled. Down 5 plus 7. There's a similar correction there. That does not make a recommendation to cabinet for an exemption. The minister
Kindly take note of that too. Yes. Did I see honorable member for Kwara? So we move to page 1. Page 13. Page 14. Page 17. Page 21. Page 22. Page 24. Page number 27. Page 29. In the absence of any further corrections, the rules and proceedings Thursday, the 21st July 2022, are adopted as the true record of proceedings.
I have an application to make. The Speaker, if we may go to Honorable Kweku Kwatin to make a short statement, which statement is to correct.
It is okay. Yes, Honorable Member for Boasu West and Chairman of Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to correct and On that day, I laid a report on behalf of the Finance Committee before this House on the for a maximum of $750 million US dollars to finance had declined from 9 US dollars to 3 billion US dollars. Mr. Speaker, oversight. According to the Bank of Ghana, the gross international reserves of the country was 0.68 billion US dollars at the close of June 2022. The country closed December 2021 with 6.08 billion US dollars. This and I request the clerk at table to ensure that all the records are accordingly corrected.
Thank you very much. Leadership, does it call for a comment?
He's making a statement that will question the integrity of this House. Just because of time constraint, then to come to the leaders.
Very well. So I'm only giving the opportunity to the right to be snapped.
Don't worry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a committee's report after the committee report has been adopted and subsequently approved. Mr. Speaker, I was in that meeting. It was the minister responsible for finance who made that statement. Our clerks exactly what the minister said. The report was signed by the chair. My question is that I do not think that it is the central bank, it is him who has to have that. To issue a statement. The Bank of Ghana should be the one to issue a statement to correct in and outside Ghana and shall report on them to Parliament once in every 6 months. So, Speaker, since this
Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we've not had opportunity to report to your House. There's foreign exchange reserves. Foreign exchange to be able to. Mr. Speaker, I cannot just accept the minister's statement, the indicating that we should just accept it. This matter, Mr. Speaker, to conclude on this matter, I was wait to support the loan. To say that I've withdrawn my position on that. So, Mr. Speaker, please let us not enter into this territory. No committee's report. If for any reason the minister responsible for the Bank of Ghana should ensure that they lay the foreign exchange receipt to ask for us to audit it, and obviously the chairman of the committee should leave this matter to Bank of Ghana to correct. They should leave it to Bank of Ghana to correct.
So, I don't know whether Minority Chief will start. Well,
my colleague, the chair of the committee, to come with this statement. But the for the recording of what happened in the committee, those statements about the reserve what is also reversed is that our chair of the committee and the committee on finance and bring it to the house. That's the implication of the statement that is making. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if what he's saying is true, all this, he makes the situation worse than before. This is the committee's report. To revise portions of that report. The simple question everybody will ask is that is the Speaker, the neatest way for me, for the chair, is to withdraw the statement that is I know majority there is not comfortable with the result, but that's why it is. Because you make statement in the committee that inform the mistake. It was not a mistake from who? And the report over 24 hours before the report was taken. Now you come and tell us that there was a mistake. It Speaker, I beg to say that then we need to revise the approval and now reconsider the report based on the figures or report to be properly done. Then we will consider it based on the now accurate information. So, Mr. Speaker, in a more difficult situation than before. So I will advise that the neatest thing is for the chair to withdraw that statement. The Bank of Ghana has every right to respond to say that no, I've heard that Parliament has been given this information. That because we approve it based on the facts. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we need to be careful about the way we do things. Because in the that our could be that, for lack of better word, could be that negligence that they get the information, they don't cross-check the information, they just report. This is something that the House will take lightly, and I hope that leadership will provide proper. Speaker,
I paid attention to the submissions by Honorable to force the minority with Honorable Muntaka Mubarak. But in response, I would rather limit believes that for in effect, he's not against justice, but his both senior members of the minority. They have not argued that the figures committee are inaccurate. On his feet, has argued that look, these were errors that and the 72 to correct him. Mr. Speaker, it is not the first time. It is not the first time. We took this thing 3 days ago. In this short period, the man has instead of the 3 billion, it isn't so, but rather we off. This should rather bring joy to this house than as the finance committee said, was that this is coming from the Bank of Ghana. So I would suggest that the constitutional duty and the statutory duty to report. So rather we should encourage Bank of Ghana will validate this. But for now, remember our rules are not has told us where his source of this data is coming from. What you are saying is that that will stand must still come. That one I won't argue, because it is something that they must do. But for the record of this house, substance is what matters. Substance is what matters, and form can never take precedence over substance. Let's look at the substance of his contention before us, and the substance is these are facts. Might have been construed. I attended the committee meeting, and I would want since we have an opportunity to go back and play the committee proceedings expressly stating these facts that we are correcting. So don't let us split to add some.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I think the matter at issue procedure to correct a report that has been made. I think that is the matter at issue. The chief whip was emphasizing that the house. I cannot understand why he uses such strong words. The house with inaccurate figures, that would be admissible. But to say that the man
forces of darkness.
Mr. Speaker,
Which the chair accept.
Mr. Speaker,
Then you should accept it.
it says it refers to two figures. One is the net international reserves. International is 9.7 billion, which has climbed down to 7.6. Any to 3.5 billion, perhaps at the committee, because I wasn't there, might have maybe related to refers to the gross international reserves, which is really inaccurate. But Mr. Speaker, be on Monday, that is the next succeeding working day for Parliament, the minister coming here. The minute the member has sent us this information, let it be there. The Speaker, if it is not true, when the minister comes, the governor of the Bank of Ghana here, to authenticate whatever the minister says, we can, the House accommodate that. So I don't think we should about this matter at all. As I said, it relates to procedure. We have adopted a report. As a House, if the chairman is telling us is the truthful position, how do we correct it? Procedurally, we can take notice of what he has said, but let the minister come on Monday, and when he comes, this matter will be.
No. Honourable members, I'm closing chapter on this. I mean, honourable members, any comment? I think the leadership will look into this matter. Deficit on that. So you look at it, please. So I'm not going to open up for any discussion on this particular matter again.
It means that, so far we are concerned, the committee report stands. While the leadership tries to look at what method they are going, because you can't use a statement.
Said the House can only take notice of the information given because it relates we are not rescinding the approval. The report is there. The information given us
Very well. Honourable members, let's turn to item 6. Item 6.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I shall proceed to do item 5.
Leave them in.
For the various submissions or debates. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee proposes that the leadership of the committees, of the caucuses, structure the debate along specific sectors. So, for instance, governance, security, public safety, finance, economy generally, energy, infrastructure, etc., should be the approach so that members can focus on specific areas. So when we know it's on agric and Honorable Eriko Poku is on his feet, we know that he's going to deal with all the issues regarding the successes chalked by the government on agric, whilst some fallout would also be argued. So, Mr. Speaker, that is expected. Sitting time in extended sitting, Mr. Speaker, we expect to be sitting at 10 a.m. and we encourage members to be in the chamber on time the business committee takes this opportunity to thank members, especially particularly yesterday, for their industry. As at 8 o'clock, we had such a good number in the chamber. Let's continue that way. Mr. Speaker, we propose to adjourn Synod on the 28th of July 2022. Mr. Speaker, I have attached here too, and I want members to pay attention, especially those who have filed questions and have motions pending. I've attached here too a 10-page order in which the activities of this House for the ensuing week is to proceed. Members should pay attention to that. Mr. Speaker, having said all of these, I submit that, Mr. Speaker, this House adopts the report of the Business Committee in accordance with Order 162 and 53 of the rules of this House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes. Another member for Bongo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my comment is on point 5. Mr. Speaker, I think that since I have been in this House, 2017, 7th January, my observation is that the executive has a way of always trying to stampede us when we are just about ending a particular, sitting or meeting, sorry. And I realize that all the very important issues are brought just at the last minute. Sometimes some of them, the decisions we take are very consequential, and therefore there's a need to always scrutinize them properly. I say that because of this debate. We're in a country where currently we're in crisis. But as Parliament, the Minister of Finance is going to give us a supplementary budget statement. And that we are supposed to properly look at this thing and debate them very dispassionately. But we just have one day to deal with that. And I now look at the times that have been allotted to this. We're talking about the fact that other members are supposed to have just 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, before you say, Mr. Speaker, what have you, your time is up. You have even said anything. And so I want to propose that if we are agreeing that on the 27th we are going to use it for debate, let's agree and use the whole day for the debate. And that the number should, at least we should increase the number. If even other members can do 8 minutes, the rankings can do 20. And the ranking for finance and then the chairman can do 20. And then the other chairman and ranking can do 10. I mean, we will have an opportunity, or 50, we will have an opportunity to really look into this document properly. And then we can all agree that we shouldn't heckle each other unless you have clear evidence of statements that are made that are wrong. For example, like this morning, we have been told that the report that came about our position on international reserves are wrong. That you can correct. But beyond that, we should allow the people should not interfere, and let's have a very healthy debate. This time of 15, 8, and 5 is simply not realistic if we want to really behave well as parliamentarians and properly research on the various things that the Minister of Finance is going to say, and then and for us to also make our comments. So I propose that those numbers, we should move to 20, 15, and then maybe 10 for other members. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Now, member for BIM.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I want to thank the Business Committee for this statement and also join my colleague in raising a number of issues. So, Speaker, the very ministers who bring business for us to do sometimes when you invite them to come and answer questions, keep requesting for rescheduling of their questions. Then in the last minute, when you have advertised questions, they still will bring you a lot of business to do, and sometimes they carefully are able to avoid answering some of these questions. Mr. Speaker, presenting the supplementary estimates and the budget review on the 25th and asking that immediately debate resumes on the 26th, for me, is not appropriate. Because some committees will surely have to meet and look into the supplementary estimates that the minister will be bringing. And that will have to take some time. That will have to take some time because they have to look into the document appropriately, so we don't have a repeat of what we've been told here. And again, after that has happened, you cannot give our ranking and chair of finance committee if they don't have anything to say. At least we have a lot to say from our side. And we want our ranking to be given a minimum of 25 to 30 minutes. 25 to 30 minutes for the ranking on finance to be able to present appropriately. Then the chairs of the other committees can be given between 15 and 18 minutes. And the rest of us can do 10 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to look into whatever the minister is bringing appropriately. Because we don't want another situation where we will be told we are a proud nation, we are this, and we will not go to IMF, we will not do this. Only for 2 weeks later, we have a reverse. So we want to look into the document appropriately. So we must be given enough time. The time you have allotted is not enough. That's what I'm telling you, Deputy Majority Leader, that you should give us more time. The Business Committee should look into that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 questions. Mr. Speaker, the first had to do with the business statement, page 1, item D, under presentation of papers, report of the Finance Committee on the 250 million syndicated loan. Mr. Speaker, I beg to say that as we speak, the committee has not taken a decision on the matter, and a report is not ready. So I don't know why the Business Committee has slated that in the business statement, and probably they will have, or he's saying that it's indicative, so it's not for sure that they are going to take it. Mr. Speaker, the second one has to do with the fact that they have apportioned times that members of parliament will use in debating the media review and economic policy of government. Mr. Speaker, initially, impression was created that it is going to be a statement. But today, in the business statement, we are seeing a supplementary estimate, which means that the existing budget has been amended to the extent that government will be asking for more money. Mr. Speaker, this will require all of us a lot of time to debate the content of the media review. Mr. Speaker, I do not believe that after the Minister of Finance probably have used 2 hours to present the government position, the opposition spokesperson on the economy should be allotted only 15 minutes. The Speaker, the 15 minutes is woefully inadequate. Speaker, I believe that I should be given opportunity and I deserve 30 minutes at the minimum, so that I will also be able to speak this side of the house, our issues that we strongly believe that is what it is. The Speaker, Ghanaian economy today is in crisis. The minister is presenting us a media review for the first time. I deserve the opportunity to speak the issues so that all of us, we can have a comprehensive view of the economy. And in doing that, I think, Mr. Speaker, I deserve a minimum of 30 minutes to debate or to speak to the issues from this side of the house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It appears all of you are talking about the time allotment. Is there anything other than time allotment? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the presentation of the business statement last Friday, an issue was raised concerning the indebtedness of government to the West African Examinations Council, and that if immediate steps were not taken to pay WAEC some money, it will be difficult for the conduct of the WASE examinations this year to take place. And it was demanded that the ministers for finance and education be invited to brief the House on the issue, because if no money was released to WAEC by the 1st of August this month, it will be very difficult to conduct orals and practicals to start with. So, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader promised that he was going to get in touch with them and then report back to us. But going through the business statement for next week, there is no provision in it for these ministers to brief the House on the situation, the financial situation of the West African Examinations Council, how and when money will be given to WAEC to enable them conduct the examinations. Because as we speak today, Mr. Speaker, WAEC is being owed 23 million Ghana cedis for the conduct of exams for last year. And government has not released the 90 million that it was to pay to WAEC to conduct this year's examination. So I expected something of this nature would be in the business statement, but Mr. Speaker, there is nothing like that. I would like the presenter of the statement to say something about it. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Kujetu.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Majority Leader appears distracted, so I don't know if he can hear us. Is he using your ear?
His whip is listening on his behalf.
Well, Mr. Speaker, now that the Deputy Majority Leader is back here with us, the first concern, Mr. Speaker, is to express surprise that the Finance Minister is still at post and he is the one going to present the media review. I thought that some other person will have done that, and I'm totally shocked that the Finance Minister, after presiding over the current IMF ailing economy, is the same person going to present the media review. It's depressing to note that he's still at post. I wonder why the President is still keeping him at post. Mr. Speaker, on the media review, the Deputy Majority Leader indicates that the debate should be done in subject area clusters. The practice has been that roster is done and attached to the business statement. That has always been the practice, so that members can prepare. As it is now, it's just a proposal, and it's not clear if that is really how we are going to conduct the debate. And the debate is starting on Tuesday. Members have to prepare, so this really is not helpful, and I don't know what the Deputy Majority Leader has to say about this observation, because if you want the debate conducted under clusters, governance, safety, finance, economy, energy, when? Will it be on Tuesday? Will it be on Wednesday? What really are we starting with, so that members can prepare? I I would want the Deputy Majority Leader to speak to that and let us have some indication so that particularly those who are going to take off on Tuesday will know the subject areas that we'll be discussing. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I note that the Deputy Majority Leader confirms that the House will adjourn Senate Day on Thursday, 28 July 2022 at page 3. There are urgent questions that I filed since the 2nd of June relating to the violation of Article 178 by the Finance Minister withdrawing funds without parliamentary approval for the construction of the National Cathedral. Since the 2nd of June, we filed this question, the Honorable Kwame Abuja and I. I'm surprised that we are going to be rising on the 28th, going to be adjourning on the 28th, and this question does not feature at all. Meanwhile, Standing Order 64.2 is clear that urgent questions should not go beyond 10 sittings of the House. So, is the Deputy Majority Leader able to give us an indication as to why this very important urgent question, which is of enormous public interest, does not find expression at all in this meeting, and we are going to adjourn on the 28th. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the business statement was presented last week, certain questions were scheduled for the Minister for Finance to respond to, especially yesterday. But he failed to show up, or he was unable to come to answer those questions. The particular one I'm referring to has to do with his response to provide information to the House on revenues realized in 2020 and 2021, out of which amounts or allocations to the common fund were made over those periods. Now, he was not able to answer it. I remember when I was pressing for this question to be brought onto the floor, the Deputy Majority Leader requested me to follow up through the table office, which I did, and it was eventually fielded or scheduled. But yesterday he did not show up. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, some of these questions, if you push them too far away, when we are rising on Thursday, it has not been rescheduled for this week. So when you push them far away, it appears that we are not interested, or we don't feel the importance of such issues. So I want to find out, what is it going to do? How are they going to deal with this? Because we are coming back, way back in October. Thank you.
The last one. Kwame, you just entered the chamber.
I was here when you entered the chamber.
I saw you coming.
No,
yes.
I went to receive a guest. Mr. Speaker, you realize that what I'm coming to say is in our interest. Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, there has been news item about another virus breaking out in the country where sadly we lost 2 people in Ashanti region, the Marburg virus. Mr. Speaker, I wish, now that we are going home, if our colleague, the health minister, can brief the House so that we have better information that we can take home and help the ministry to guide our people to stay safe. So I'm not sure whether the Deputy Majority Leader thinks that this information is not necessary. I'm surprised.
Very well. Leader, last one.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of the Business Committee, so ordinarily as leader observes. Yesterday at the meeting, the Honorable Ibrahim Ahmed requested that the chairperson of the Electoral Commission appears before either the Special Budget Committee or Committee of the Whole to apprise the House because of some instrument which is being discussed at the Committee of Subsidiary Legislation with borders on the use of the national ID card, not even the voter ID card they themselves issue or the guarantors we've known since 1993. We have legitimate fears that that can undermine the stability of our democracy. We need to know where we are on it, particularly that we have more registered voters under the voters' roll than we have under the national ID card. And that discrepancy, with many Ghanaians still suffering to have access to the national ID card, we are concerned. It's a public good. Nobody should labor wanting to get registered to be a Ghanaian with your own card, even though that doesn't fall within her remit. Mr. Speaker, we also requested that the Ghana Immigration Service must make their report available to this House for 2019-2020, the Immigration Service. We need to have the report, and all other state institutions that are required to submit reports to Parliament. There is a whole backlog. And Mr. Speaker, I'm saying so because many of them, especially parastatals, have exceeded their recruitment threshold. An institution which you have 80, now 120. An institution which you have 100, 180. That is affecting productivity. And we are demanding that those annual reports be made available, then we can know what informed those decisions. And Mr. Speaker, as observed, that will take up with leadership as to how my time should be allocated to the ranking member for finance. And that bit, I had left the business committee when that bit was discussed. So we engaged with the leader and the speaker in seeking to increase the time, even if we have to reduce the numbers. And what Honorable Ablakwa observed, this is a supplementary budget. I don't even see a sectorial debate on it. I don't see a sectorial debate, so nobody should think that we are going to have sector by sector. When he comes, initially, it was the argument of those in government that he will come via a statement. Now we are told that he will come via a motion. Therefore, we will take a decision on the motion depending upon whether he's going to ask for expenditure cuts or reallocation of resources. What we do know that the economy is in crisis. That we know. How to save it, we'll see how the deputy leader leads us in that enterprise. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Ablakwa wanted to know about the status of his question. I rather got an impression which suggested that we are going to raise our Jensen and the minister has not been programmed by the business committee. I just want to draw his attention to the provisions in Order 64 and 66. 64 deals with urgent questions, and it clearly refers to the proud leave of Mr. Speaker, and then 66 refers to admissibility. What I want to say for the records is that the business committee has not received a referral from the Speaker of Parliament that the question jointly filed by you and Honorable Kwame Abuja has been admitted by him. We don't have it. And you know that if Speaker admits the question, same will be transmitted through the table office to the business committee. So, just for the records, don't let us put the finance minister on that cross to sacrifice him. He has not refused to answer your question, neither has he received a communication from this house that there's a question for him to answer. Ken Oforiatta has not received your question. So please check with the Speaker's office. That is the position. 2, Mr. Speaker, allotment of time has been dealt with by the minority leader. The business committee is not about Chei Mensa Bonsu and Afenyo Market. The business committee, I would describe it as a bipartisan committee, a committee of the minority and the majority, with the leadership of both sides on the committee taking a joint decision for the House. So please, as I indicated in my presentation, this is a proposal. It's a proposal, and anything stated in the committee's report is indicative. So we will, look at it, mutatis mutandis, the input you make. So there's nothing to worry about at all. Honorable Kodo, I will follow up on your issue and ensure that you are not, placed in harm's way. Your question will be sorted out. You have a legitimate concern. So, Mr. Speaker, having said all of this, I believe that there's nothing more useful. Yes, you can file an urgent question on this matter. What I'm saying is that you can file an urgent question. It's also a tool, more effective, because the committee has already met. So please, you file an urgent question. Let's all facilitate the urgent question to go through for you. I think it's a better route. Yes. And follow up the speaker's block and ensure it is admitted. So, Mr. Speaker, having said all of this, I believe that there's nothing more useful to add. Today is Friday. Members would want to go to mosque. We have an important bill to consider. Yesterday, we did so well, and today we are going to finish it and then ensure that the Finance Ministry gets this law to further tighten up, and whilst we prepare for the entry of Ken Ofori-Atta on Monday to deliver the mid-year review of the budget. Yeah, the Finance Minister will come. We have only one Finance Minister. Me, I don't want to do politics this morning. We have one Finance Minister, Ken Ofori-Atta. Mr. Speaker, we have Ken Ofori-Atta as the Finance Minister. He was appointed by the President. He is in charge. He will come on Monday. The calm soul, he will come.
Honorable members, the business statement as presented and discussed is hereby adopted. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, we may proceed to consider the exemption bill.
Very well. Very well.
That's
so, honorable members, let me invite you to page 16.
Yes.
Page 16.
Consideration.
Item listed 22. Item listed 22. Tax Exemption Bill 2022 at the consideration stage.
Speaker, members are encouraged to participate and remain faithfully glued in their chairs. Members are encouraged. Mr. Speaker, the end will justify the means, and they who will travel to the end shall be saved. And industry will be rewarded. Industry will be rewarded. So members must be here in their numbers. They are encouraged. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So we are now at clause 31. Chairman, it appears there's an advertised proposed amendment.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you. But before we go to 31, 27, yesterday we did not conclude on 27 too. Clause 27. There were disagreements over the use of the word depreciation and tax liability, the way they've been reflected in the first schedule. And I'll give your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, that we step that one down and get the key participants in this consideration to look at it.
Chairman, I'm not getting it right.
27.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo will join us shortly. I understand that he and the chairman and the majority leader have been looking at some acceptable rendition, because he raised the issue that can you depreciate tax liability? And I think that he's right. But Mr. Speaker, what chairman is doing, maybe we should rather proceed further, and when we come to third reading, we may arrest it momentarily for a second consideration stage in order that we do not disturb our practice and procedure. Because even me, except if you got it right yesterday, on 27, Mr. Speaker, if you read 27.1, where a holder of an exemption seeks to transfer ownership of an item exempted under this act, the holder of the exempt, that's not correct construction. Maybe yesterday, the holder of the exempt, if you want to say, that's okay. The holder of the exempt item, instead of saying the holder of the exemption.
Very well, but Chairman,
the holder of the exemption, it can be exempt. But Mr. Speaker, just to take note, so that when we will do a second consideration. Okay, let's stand it down and exhaust the other ones, and maybe, Mr. Speaker, we can see if we can clean up quickly.
Very well. But I thought we've gone past 27, so. Very well. So let's get to 31.
Yes, 31. Mr. Speaker, the first amendment is to the meaning of concessional facility. Concessional facility. Mr. Speaker, I hope everybody, including the minority chief whip, is paying attention. Concessional facility means delete the meaning there and replace it with the following. Means a loan that has a grant element of 35% and above, with the all-in cost of the commercial component not exceeding 2% per annum. That is the amendment proposed. No. 31, the interpretation of concessional facility. Delete what is there and replace with concessional facility means a loan that has a grant element of 35% and above, with the all-in cost of the commercial component not exceeding 2% per annum.
Mr. Speaker, 2% of what? I'm just asking. So 2% does not work alone. All in cost, 2% of what? Mr. Speaker, the chairman, I don't support this amendment. I think that what we have here is good enough. Concessional facility is any loan that has a grant element of 35% and above. And he knows finance better than I do. Let's be careful. If I'm coming with a concessional facility and I know that I may get a certain threshold of tax exemption, that may affect the in cost. More tax exemption, less cost. It will not achieve anything. And I know yesterday it is your position with the Honorable Muntaka and Whip. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I shared an article with the Whip. Ghana is not there yet. The fact that we agree that there are leakages in your tax exemption does not mean we should take decisions that will undermine the economic competitiveness of this country. Concessionary loans are concessionary loans. If you don't take it, they will take it to your neighbor or take it to other countries. So I think that what you have here is enough. Don't add the in cost or what cost. If it is concessionary, it's concessionary. And Chairman, remember yesterday, your argument is that where the concessionary loan is a requirement that grant tax exemption, is only when we will grant exemption. And Mr. Speaker, it will come back to this House. What we need to do, I see the Honorable Muntaka is not still pleased with me, he has to, is that this Parliament must sit up and save the people of this country as protector of public purse, so that any tax exemption which comes, let's do due diligence under Article 174. So beyond the Minister for Finance, so let's even assume that the Minister of Finance is not responsible enough. That irresponsibility, pardon my word, should not be demonstrated by Parliament of Ghana. So I think that your concessional definition in this bill is good enough. Let us not take decisions that will undermine Ghana's competitiveness. And with you, Mr. Speaker, I'll use an example. Ghana and La Côte d'Ivoire, we have about the same economic structure. About the same. So what you may say you don't want, an investor will find a corridor in that country. Probably that explains even why after post-war, Ivory Coast seemed to be, La Côte d'Ivoire seemed to be doing better than Ghana. How can you explain that? So I think that the definition here, Chairman, if you have no strong objection, just define concessionality. Don't relate it to cost. My view.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we said this thing again and again and again. And I just want to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, if this House had the capacity to do what the minority leader is asking for, I will have no objection. In fact, this whole bill will not even be here. It is because of our excessive partisanship that has made it impossible for this House to be able to do that. That's the reason for introducing the bill. So I keep drawing all of us attention is that what was the reason for even this bill coming to this House? So if we bring it and now want to create windows and corridors, and some cases even doors, to allow discretion by the very people who have abused the thing that we are all now are calling for a bill to regulate, then we should stop wasting our time trying to do this. Mr. Speaker, my simple question is the Minister for Trade. All these years that we've been giving tax waiver, tell me how much benefit it has brought us.
It has.
It hasn't. Nobody is, because you see, because we are very lazy people. We don't do the quantification. In every country, when you do these things, you analyze. You have things that are, what do you call it, economical, social. You analyze all that. How many people are even getting the employment? A lot of people are coming because they think that in the case of Ghana, you can just come, you enter with $10,000, and if you are lucky, in 3 years, you'll be living with $2 million, and you put it in a bag and through, not even through the banks, and then through the treadmill at the airport, live with it. And look at the way we are having crisis with our foreign exchange, and we are going to continue giving concession. Leader, I beg you. This amendment that we are saying is simply that if the concessional component is up to 35, the cost, because it's a cost-benefit analysis, because we've seen so many instances in this House, they will come, 50% is concessional. And you look at the 50%, oh, it's good. This one is almost like free money. But other 50%, people don't pay attention to the interest on the 50%. And by the time you put the two together, if you are even going for a commercial loan, you will have been better off. Yet, because they say 50% concession, You are giving them tax waivers. And they are using simple arithmetic, unfortunately, to be beating us. And we are saying that, fine, you say it's concessional. Then the tax waiver we have to give you, we must cap it. So that it will be regulated. If we say this one thing we don't want,
Okay, yes.
so, Mr. Speaker, how for some of us, no, but we made some amendment to the
To add in cost.
to add in the income, just to have a check. And the unfortunately it's not advertised. The chair has it. Maybe you should read it for all of us to write it properly, so that people will appreciate where we are coming from. I will call Mr. Speaker that this one, I'm so passionate on it. I'll be happy that we vote and I'll lose, knowing that we voted and we lost, than to just let it go. So that one day, posterity, when it's going to judge all of us, we will all remember that there are people who made mention of this. Because see, people are taking us for granted. No white man, and I repeat, no white man is a Father Christmas. No white man is a Father Christmas. But they've continued to deceive Africans that, oh, we are doing this concession for you, and then all of us look at, oh, freebies. So we run for the freebies, and behind us, they are making our system to our own disadvantage. And we cannot see this. If nobody will develop this country for us, we have to develop it ourselves. And the earlier we begin to take responsibility that the development of our country rests on us. Yes, people can come and invest and take advantage of the environment, but we should not open ourselves to exploitation. So, Chair, let's take the rendition once again. And I sincerely think that building in the cost is important to regulate how much the person can do, because people come, yes, like I said yesterday, even the cars they'll be driving, they'll pass it through that in the name of concession, and then they are driving those cars. Unfortunately for us, when even the project is over, things that they are supposed to hand over to the state, nobody follows up. Nobody follows up. So because of those systems, let's let regulate the outflow. Not to be thinking about, oh, what they, at the end of the day, the benefit. We don't count the benefit.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I rise to support the position of the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, I think this whole bill we are doing, we've done clauses that eventually, hopefully, will tighten some of the loopholes people have been using. And the point made by minority leader must be taken seriously. Mr. Speaker, investors in Ghana are similar to investors in Cote d'Ivoire. And I can tell you how many times companies left here, including this year, because of what they have been complaining about, and went straight to Cote d'Ivoire. The same project we do here in Struggle are implemented in Cote d'Ivoire successfully. Mr. Speaker, BRT, Ayalolo bus that we are struggling with, it's functioning in Cote d'Ivoire perfectly, and even being expanded. So all we are saying is that let's be careful that the things we try to do to save the leakages don't end up actually suffocating us completely. Mr. Speaker, the issue about the concession 35, what is in the bill currently, is okay. My Chief Whip is talking about the fact that sometimes the loan component of the so-called concessionary agreements are so expensive. But Mr. Speaker, that is up to the Ministry of Finance to see that as for this, your percentage, if I compare it to the concessionary, it doesn't make sense. So we are not taking it. So they will not force that one on us, Mr. Speaker. But I think for this, the clause the way it is, leave it that way so that the Ministry of Finance could make, because you are not going to have a one-line concessionary agreement where we say that everything is 35% or so. I mean, you've been at the ministry before. Sometimes you may need to actually let some of them go because you critically needed an investment in the sector that you can't find apart from that one. So, Mr. Speaker, let's not suffocate ourselves by pretending that when we tighten it the way the chairman wants, it saves anybody. Mr. Speaker, this one is not one of those things that would suffocate us. So I would encourage the chairman to probably drop this particular amendment. Thank you.
Chairman, let me invite the first deputy speaker, then you come in.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am looking at what we're doing here. We are at clause 31, is that right? We are defining concessional facility. That is all we're doing. And the definition is that concessional facility means a loan that has a grant element of 35% and above. How you use that is totally different from the definition. All that is saying is that if anybody gives you a loan, 35% or more of which is a grant, it qualifies for a concessional facility. That's all. Now, in negotiating whether that concessional facility also is entitled to some concession for exemption, it has nothing to do with the definition. The definition only becomes a yardstick for determining whether it is a concessional loan or not. Before using that as a basis, say, okay, you are giving me a concessional loan. What do you want? And then you can use that to calculate that out. If I'm giving you so much, then you practically undermine the entire concessional status. But if you don't have this yardstick, you will not be able to have a basis for considering whether the person's facility itself should be considered at all, regardless, because I think this definition is sufficient for determining whether a facility qualifies as a concessional loan or not. But how we use it, no matter what you put in the law, the integrity of the person applying it will affect how we use it. And that one, no law can deal with that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I cherish the view of the first deputy speaker. Mr. Speaker, chairman must know concessional facility is defined by the OECD, not the Parliament of Ghana. So what is the OECD definition of what is concessionary? And as he said, we are just defining, it is not just Ghana which has concessional facility. What is the OECD definition? That is what you provided here. The addition is universal. Okay, Mr. Speaker, put the question.
Yes, Chairman. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it's not easy to disagree with your speaker. But first, Mr. Speaker, we need to understand that this bill is not about loans. This bill is about exemptions, and the only reason that concessional facility has appeared here is because exemptions are being created or are being allowed for concessional facilities. So there may be other considerations that is okay. Now here, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the definition as came with the bill, it says 35% concessional facility. So you have 65 about which we have no control. And the interest on it could be anything. So that the thought of this house, that because it has a certain component as grant, it is an affordable facility that requires an exemption, may have been defeated by the way the commercial component would have been treated. So all we are looking to do is to put some cap on what concessional facilities should qualify for this exemption. Before this 2% was indicated, Mr. Speaker, I had a discussion with the technical people in the Ministry of Finance. Ordinarily, the truly concessional facilities by the Bank of Ghana and the IMF would be 1%, 1.5%. As soon as you begin to go above, you know you're dealing with something else. So this is just to capture a definition that will signal to even those that are going to give the facility to us that you are not just giving us the loan, you are also giving us a contractor. And you are saying that the contractor should be entitled to exemptions when they may be already contractors here. There's nothing wrong with asking the facility to be as cheap as we can get in order that you can keep your contractors on us and get us to exempt their imports and others from the exemptions regime that we have in this country. So I again plead with the minority leader and those who are opposed to this that yesterday we all came to the conclusion that we should accept the concessional facility would get some exemption. There's nothing wrong with going into that and ensuring that at least those concessional facilities are truly concessional. I plead with my colleagues to agree to the amendment so that we can move on to the next. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. So I'll put the question. Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman. All those in favour of the proposed amendment to 31 cross 31 say aye. All those against the proposed amendment say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to the next definition is the insertion of covered entity, and that one I would just suggest that we take the definition from the PFMA, the Public Financial Management Act of 2016.
Well. Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman. All those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the next is the definition for private supplier or contractor. Consequential from yesterday, delete private so that we have supplier or contractor means all that follows.
Well. Yes, honourable members, there is a proposed amendment. All those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. Honourable member, yesterday I was insisting that you will respond. So all those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker, I was just reading, since it's already at P, development partners, Africa Development Bank, Afri-Exim, and others. How are they captured under your definition of development partners? I just want an explanation. Because when you limit development partners to International Monetary Fund, World Bank, other bilateral partners, and I'm just asking, an institution like the Africa Development Bank, Afri-Exim Bank, where you just borrowed from, where do they fit into your definition of development partners? Then diplomatic missions. I just want an explanation. Where do they belong? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, all these are multilateral institutions. They are all multilateral institutions.
So, Chairman, let's hear you. Is there any proposed amendment?
The definition for state entity, in view of the fact that wherever we have state entity in this bill, we have replaced it with covered entity. We have no more any use for state entity. Accordingly, my amendment is to delete state entity from the definition. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I support him, but my understanding was that when you move for covered entities, you are relying on the definition of covered entities as provided in the Public Financial Management Act. Is that the case? If it is the case, state so that they can. All right. Thank you.
Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman. All those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now we go to some advertised amendments by the committee. Interpretation of customs duties and customs taxes. Line 3. After fund, insert levy and further delete the following. COVID-19 health recovery levy and other charges collectible on imported or exported goods. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment that has been advertised on today's order paper. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, clause 31, add the following new interpretation. Local government authority means, and this is consequential from an amendment to clause 4. Local government authority means district assembly or a sub-district structure established under Section 3 of the Local Governance Act, not local government, Local Governance Act 2016, Act 936. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, there is a proposed amendment. It has been advertised on today's order paper. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the proposed amendment is carried. Now,
more. Oh.
Now, I put the entire clause 31. All those in favor that clause 31 as variously amended. Should I put the question? Should I put the question on the entire clause? Yes. I put the question on the entire clause 31. Honourable members, all those in favor that clause 31 as variously amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 31 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Yes, Chairman, we move to clause 33. 32, yes. Clause 32.
Consequential amendments.
All those in favor that clause 32 stands part of the bill say aye.
Yes, 32. Or we can take it again. So 30 was done.
To 33. 33.
Repeal savings and transitional provisions.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, before Chairman, I was just looking at 33.1. a provision in any legislation, a provision in any 32(1), then it says other than. So it means if it passes, the words continue: the Value Added Tax Act, the Income Tax Act, the Excise Duty Act, a treaty, agreement, or convention, or a document that provides for the grant of an exemption is repealed. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution frowns upon retrospective effects. There are agreements that have come before this House, which are contained in documents, which are contained in contracts. I wanted to see the saving, but first, GIPC. I've seen you amend just section 26 or something, but when you did the other than, I haven't seen GIPC in it. So where does it belong? 33(1). You said other than. So if you don't save GIPC here, are we to assume that the GIPC Act, because it provides for tax exemption, is repealed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have for. Look out for it. GIPC. You say other than.
Very well. Yes, Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the point the minority leader is raising in relation to GIPC, I think, has been adequately dealt with. A new regime has been prescribed, and it relates only to elements in the GIPC Act that provide exemptions or tax waivers. So that is what has been amended. I think the entire GIPC Act is now applicable, but the elements of that bill that has been amended by this has already been stated in the earlier sections. Yes. But Mr. Speaker, for section 33, the committee had an amendment as follows.
Honourable members, please let's have a decorum. Yes, Chairman, let's hear you.
Add the following new subclause after the existing subclause 4 as follows. Despite subsection 4, Part A and Part B of the third schedule of the Customs Act 2015, Act 891, are repealed 90 days from the day this Act comes into force. I so move. Mr. Speaker, the point of this amendment is that when we go to the subsequent amendments, we are importing those exemptions that we want to save directly into the bill, and therefore the remaining of the Part A and B are being repealed by this amendment. I so move.
Yes, honourable members, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, Chairman. Leader, let's Chairman finish then.
Okay. I finished.
Mr. Speaker, he is down with 33. But I'm still back to my point. This constitution is against retrospective legislation. I'll quote the appropriate article. Now, Mr. Speaker, under B, a treaty, agreement, or convention, and he asks for a document. Any document, Mr. Speaker, so I'll give him his own example. 1D1F document. You came to this house, Parliament granted you an exemption in a document containing 1D1F. You are saying that which provides for a grant of exemption is repealed. are your 1D, 1F exemptions being repealed by this provision? So we should be careful. A document, when you came here, 1D, 1F, you came with a document and said we should grant tax exemption. We granted the tax exemption in a document. You are saying that other than those that are listed in 33.1, there is a list. What happens to 1D, 1F tax exemptions that have been so granted and ratified by this House? I'm extending it further even to contracts which has come here lawfully. In those contracts, there was component of tax exemption Parliament granted. How are you repealing that with these words?
Yes. Now the minority leader makes a good point. But Mr. Speaker, after repealing in this sweeping way all exemptions in the regime, save those that have been expressly saved here, that we should now go to the subclause 2, where it says, despite subsection 1, an exemption-related agreement signed between the government and a person on the basis of a provision repealed by this Act, or, and this is where the 1D, 1F exemptions would come in, or B, an exemption-related resolution of Parliament passed on the basis of a provision repealed by this Act shall continue to be valid for the term of the agreement or resolution. So all those ones have been saved, except that going forward, they will be in compliance with the, I don't know if minority leader.
Speaker, so why can't we have treaty convention agreement? Those that have already been passed by resolution also captured in your subclause 2. I agree with your explanation, but treaties, agreement, and conventions have also given birth to some tax exemptions. How are you saving those ones?
Those ones would either would come by an agreement, as in 2A, or would be a result of a parliamentary resolution, as in 2B. Outside these two, I can imagine any other. Yes.
Well. Anonymous, there is a proposed amendment. All those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman say aye. All those against say no. Anonymous, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried.
Just for clarification, Chairman, we know certain category of workers in this country enjoy some tax exemptions. I'm told doctors and some. Okay. It's not true. It's just clarification that the way we have done it, whether it will affect them. But say it into the record so that let the minister say it into the record so that we are all clear about it.
Your assertion is not true, respectfully. Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman. And I can support the statement by the Deputy Minister. Any such will have to come here for a resolution. So, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to insert the following new clause as an amendment. And which set of clauses must come after clause 16 and must form a new section with the section head as personal effects, foodstuffs, and equipment for trials. And the exemptions as follows. I hope the drafters will help us.
You said you are going to have another clause?
We are inserting a set of clauses. Which set of clauses will come under a fresh session after clause 16?
Yes, let's go.
And before I explain that, the reason for this is that we are repealing Schedule 2 schedule, the second schedule. We are repealing the entire of the second schedule, and we are importing those of that schedule that we do not want to repeal. We are importing them directly into the bill so that we'll be free to repeal them.
So let's move on.
So baggage and effects, that is the first clause being inserted. Baggage of a passenger accompanying the passenger traveling into the country, but not including goods for sale.
Chairman, so it means it's going to be different clause.
Yes, it's a different clause.
Not 33.
No.
Then let me put 33. So, honourable members, I'll put entire clause 33. All those in favour that clause 33 as amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 33 as amended stands part of the bill. Now, Chairman, let's hear your new.
Thank you. So the new clauses are as follows. The first is.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman is introducing new clauses after clause 16 as advertised. So Chairman should tell us that he's introducing amendment as advertised. Then you go ahead and give the reason for the introduction of the new clauses. That's all. It's advertised already, so you don't read it to us.
Well. So, Chairman, the new clauses as advertised.
I'm grateful to him.
Yes.
So, the same thing as he said it. That's exactly how it is.
Well. So, Chairman.
I presume that you're going to put a question. But would we, Mr. Speaker, here I seek your guidance. In view of the fact that we are inserting 3 clauses, are we not going to put the questions? Okay. Yes. All right. I'm guided. Thank you.
So we put the question on each.
Speaker, you submit the proposals from the chairman to the consideration of the House.
So the chairman, then let's have all the So, honourable members, the question is all those in favour that the new.
If I read 2, personal effect, in fact, right from 1. Yes, baggage, yes, exactly. So how are you going to be able to monitor this? Because the whole point is to close the loopholes. Because you are listing certain things and say that if they are not for sale. I doubt how many times people import things and tell you, I'm going to sell them. So how are you going to be able to determine whether these items are for sale and these items are for personal effect? So that we are all clear that when we do this, we are not opening another window.
Chairman, hold on, please. Let's accept that is for the consideration of the House. Then I will invite any comment. So, honourable members, the new clauses that are being introduced are for the consideration of the House. So now, Honourable Abuja, your issue can come in.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So under the baggage and effects clause. Now, to start with, this is the existing law. It is in the Customs Act 2015. So we're just importing it here because we do not want to repeal it since that schedule is going. Now, if you could look at 3, it says, and this is a tightening provision on the existing law. The minister shall, by regulations, provide for the permissible quantities and kinds of imports to which this section applies. The thing is, at the moment, we don't have this. So, the GRA and the customs officers They've just been using their discretion to deny. This time around, we're asking the minister to come out with regulations to say, if it's personal effect, then this is how many will be accepted and all that. I assume.
Well. So I'll put the question now. All those in favor?
And the baggage in effect?
Yes.
Yes.
All those in favor of the proposed amendment of baggage and effect?
Yes, Chairman. I just want to draw attention to something. I'm happy that my chairman, finance committee chairman, mentioned that this law or this statement is already contained in a law with the customs, excise and defense or the GRA. If probably he had referred to the appropriate provisions, they will know what it is. I know for sure that the provisions in that law also determines what is appropriately captured as personal effects. It must show appreciable usage and not must have been in possession 8 months or above. I know that there's a specific explanation or translation when it comes to what is personal effects. So if we are now going to take that power and put it on a particular minister to tell us what personal effects should be and how many, whatever it is that it should be given to. You'll be disenfranchising Ghanaians who have stayed outside this country for some time and are coming back, especially for those of our Ghanaians who are in the diplomatic corps and coming back after serving. It is important for us to refer to the appropriate provision in that clause or that law that he is referring to, so that we see if there's any definition to personal effect and marry it with explanation or the definition that we are giving it to it now. So we don't give one person that power to be able to determine something which will be to the detriment of the people who have traveled outside and coming back home.
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, to start, we will not be giving power to one person. It's by regulation, so it will be formulated and brought here for my good self and Honorable Carlos to see and to pass into law. But the law is actually attached to the bill. Let's go to Part B, page 31. Part B, 3BF.53, baggage and effect. And it has baggage of passengers, the property of and accompanying the passenger, but not including goods for sale, barter exchange, or as gift. Provided that if a passenger on arrival in Ghana reports in writing, it's a long list. And the way this has been implemented, and I'm sure Honorable Carlos will be aware, is that it has been the discretion of customs officers. Because the descriptions here are very verbose and nebulous, and therefore a regulation that will come here for all of us to scrutinize will be a better way of doing it. That is why we just created the exemption and said the minister must come by regulations in order that there will be clarity on exactly what will be permitted. And that's consistent with other similar provisions in this particular bill.
Mr. Speaker, unless we are saying that that particular description that we have in the law, as is saying that is verbose or whatever, unless we are saying that this House did not do proper consideration in coming out with those guidelines, this is a law you are referring to, a law that was enacted by this House. And this House, I'm sure, considered it to the final, nitty-gritty before they came out with those guidelines. So if now he's taking the responsibility and dumping it on a minister. That a minister must come with an ally, and that is my worry, because there's coming with an ally, but there's clarity already enshrined in this law. So if you are giving the whole thing back to the minister, it means that this description you have in the law is not a void.
No. Okay.
Yes, Honorable here.
Mr. Speaker, the point being made here is that this provision is in existing legislation, which is not being repealed. Therefore, we cannot have wordings different from what is in existing legislation. If Honorable Ahinkra is arguing that whatever is contained here is different from the existing legislation, which is in practice, then you are making a point. Then you only have to bring out the inconsistency, the difference between the existing legislation and the current one that we are doing. Then I will agree with you. But so long as this one is in conformity with the existing legislation, and that legislation is not being repealed, for the sake of certainty, consistency, we cannot have a law in this exemption bill different from what is in existence. Which one would then be applicable? Is it the Customs Act or the exemption bill?
I'm reading something from the old provision. For instance, the word baggage, after saying that baggage and all that are exempted, this is what the existing legislation says. The word baggage, for the purpose of this item, shall comprise the following goods in such quantities and of such kinds as are, in the opinion of the Commissioner General, appropriate to the passenger. So here, the discretion is in the opinion of the Commissioner General. And I know that a lot of people have complained that when you get to the port, it's what the customs officer thinks. So it is to tidy up this, remove this discretion, and let it be clearly stated, approved by this House, so that it will be binding on customs officers that we need this change.
Madam Speaker, I was persuaded to persuade Honorable Carlos to abandon his objection. But after listening to Chairman and Honorable Ahiafo, there is still a grey matter you must clarify for our purposes. All that Honorable Carlos Ahinkra is saying, you are saying that this itemized baggage is defined in a legislation. Assuming that legislation is an act of parliament, you cannot be amending it with a regulation. So just clarify for our purposes, because you are saying that for this purpose, the minister by regulation, you cannot, with the superiority of Article 11, use a regulation to amend an act. So is this itemized things in a regulation or in the act? If you clarify that, we can support you. But he's right on point. You cannot use a regulation to amend an act of parliament. The hierarchy of the laws will not accept that. But if you are certain that this baggage and its effects is not listed in the act, but supported by the regulations supporting the Customs Act, you are right. But to the extent that it is not, then he has an issue. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Carlos,
I also want to...
let's make progress.
Yeah, thank you. I apologize. I also think, in fact, in supporting what the minority leader just said, I think that the suggestion by the chairman might even be moot. And why do I say so? I say so, Mr. Speaker, because the two laws we are considering in this discussion, the new law, the new bill, and the existing law, they are all under the same minister. So if the Minister for Finance decides to come by LI, he can go under the customs law and amend whatever he wants to amend there. We don't necessarily need to bring the baggage law into this new law and ask him to again to come here and change it. When, in actual fact, he has that power under the customs law to bring any LI, which, of course, the minister, as the definition shows in the customs law, is the Minister for Finance. So why are we now also going to bring that aspect of the customs law and ask the finance minister to come here again and bring any changes there? So I am only trying to say that the finance minister is the one that is backing all these two laws. So if it is the opinion of the chairman that at the point he might have to come with an ally to amend the baggage law, we can do that under the customs law and don't necessarily bring it an exemption law.
Yes, Chairman.
Well, to start with, these, what Honorable Carlos Ahinkra is referring to has already been repealed by the earlier amendments we did. So when we said that despite subsection 4, Part A and Part B of the schedule are repealed, we have effectively repealed those schedules. Now what we are doing is that it is not everything in those schedules that we want to repeal. So we are just importing those that we want to save into the bill proper. But in doing so, we are looking to tidy it up. And that is why I say you cannot have a law that leaves the definition of baggage to the discretion of the Commissioner General. It's so nebulous. It's so nebulous. And if you look at the entire 3BF.53 that we are repealing, all right, the Customs Act is about customs. We are doing an exemptions bill to rally all the exemption issues in one legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing wrong with saving the baggage provision and saying that this time around the minister, I close on this, Mr. Speaker, instead of the Commissioner General. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I'll put the question. The question is, all those in favour that baggage...
Speaker, just a small amendment. That is with the two.
Okay.
A personal effect not being merchandise of a Ghanaian dying in a place outside Ghana's jurisdiction. It makes it present continuous. So for as long as the person is dying, that's not the intent. I guess it means a Ghanaian who dies in the place, not a Ghanaian dying, which is present continuous. So delete dying and insert a Ghanaian who dies in the place.
Very well. So, honourable members, the question is all those in favour that baggages and effect becomes a new clause in the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Baggages and effect becomes a new clause on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next new clause is foodstuffs. The following imported items of West African origin shall be exempt from it's short. Let me read it. All right. The following imported items of West African origin shall be exempt from the payment of customs duties and taxes. A. Raw foodstuff. B. Fresh fish, chilled or frozen, caught by Ghanaian-owned vessels, trawlers, or canoes. And C. Dried or smoked salted fish. I so move.
Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment to insert food styles as a new clause. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the proposed amendment to insert food styles as a new clause is hereby carried. Yes, Chairman.
The next and final clause under this new section is as captured on the order paper under equipment and parts for production trials. I so move.
Yes, honourable members, there is an amendment to insert equipment and parts for production trial to be a new clause. All those in favour that equipment and parts for production trial form part of the new clause, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Equipment and parts for production trial now be considered as a new clause. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I have been guided, and I would like to take us back to foodstuffs, C. And it as it stands, is dried or smoked salted fish. But it ought to read as dried, smoked, or salted fish.
Okay, now that you've opened it, let me listen to. You wanted to add something.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think that raw foodstuff, fresh fish, dried or smoked or salted fish is restrictive because we can process cassava into cassava dough. We can process maize into corn dough and also export. We've been buying from Togo, vice versa. So I think this clause is too restrictive. We should be phrased to cover all those other items too. Cassava dough and corn dough. It's not raw. It's not raw. They are processed. It's not raw.
Raw fish.
Cassava dough.
Yes, Chairman.
I want it to be added. I want it to be added.
That raw food is
processed.
Raw food.
Not raw fish.
Greater cassava. When we are raw food.
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I speak in support of what my colleague just said. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the West Africa sub-region, particularly, you look at some of the foods that go around. For example, we have gari like this. Gari cannot be a raw food, right? So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we expand it, even if we were to add and the likes, or for example, and dry processed or locally processed dry foods. I'm sure that would have captured those other foodstuff. So I propose that it should be added, that locally processed dry food should be added. Yeah, like gari, yeah.
Chairman, did you hear?
Well, already the technical people from the ministry were advising that they want gari added. So maybe his proposal, but their argument is that we too have been sending gari to the neighboring countries. So we may have something like, if you can help us with a rendition, that will capture the gari and the emori and all those things.
No, I think just expand the C. Just expand the C to include gari or whatever it is. So if you can give us the rendition.
Speaker, I support the present amendment because you see, gari and tapioca all fall into that category. They are
both complete.
It's processed. It's from processed starch. Yeah, locally processed dry food like tapioca.
Yes, leader. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, now what is stated here provides the following imported items of West African origin shall be exempt from the payment of customs duties and taxes. If you are bringing cassava as raw, you can do the processing here and add value to it. Why do you import? You allow for the importation of gari to this place, Mr. Speaker. So it's better as it is now.
Very well. So, table and the drafted effect the change that Koku, the chairman, just raised. Oh. So now, honorable members, I'll put the question for all the new clauses as variously amended. So all those in favor that we include baggages and effect, food, styles, and equipment, parts for production trial as new clauses in the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The new clauses will stand part of the bill. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the last amendment from the committee is the second schedule. The second schedule, which is made up of two parts, A and B. Both parts should be deleted. So, second schedule, please delete.
Chairman. Chairman, I think before you get to the second schedule, let him put the question on the first schedule. Chairman. Yes. So, before you consider the second schedule, let's take the first schedule. So the table may read the first schedule.
Depreciation of tax liability.
Honorable members, the first schedule has been read. It's now for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment. So if we may put the question. Yes, on the first schedule.
Yes, I thought my lawyer friend would take us through that. So, Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, the 27. Yes. Yeah, 27-2. I think we originally said we were stepping this down, but we have agreed that the clause will stand as it is. Yes. Okay. So, all right.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I believe clause 27.
Come again?
As clause 27 has been deferred, and the first schedule is tied to clause 27. So I think at this point we have to go back and look at clause 27, finish before we look at the first schedule.
Well. The leave granted. So you are you taking it to the chairman? Okay, leader.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I provided some few additions, and I thought we were about completing it when the issue of depreciation or reduction came in. So to rehash what I said, 27 I said should read, where goods and vehicles at the time of clearance for home consumption have been exempted instead of relieved. So you delete relieved and insert exempted from the payment of customs duties. From the payment of customs duties and customs taxes, and are subsequently, upon application, to be used contrary to the condition for the exemption, the tax liability at the time of the entry shall be depreciated as set out in the first schedule. I think.
And before we did customs, before taxes, that's why we did customs. So the new one is
this one. Okay. You didn't capture this.
So this is what you are doing.
Yes.
Really, so that is what you are moving.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, so looks like in the votes and proceedings, you didn't capture the full complement of what I said. So what I said is, in line 2, you delete relieved and insert exempted. The same line 2, before duties, insert customs. Same line 2, before taxes, insert customs. Then line 3, you delete relief and insert exemption. Speaker, that is what was done. So it will read, where goods and vehicles at the time of clearance for home consumption have been exempted from the payment of customs duties and customs taxes, and are subsequently, upon application, to be used contrary to the condition for the exemption, the tax liability at the time of entry shall be depreciated as set out in the first schedule. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment, particularly if you look at the interpretation. We have defined custom duties and custom taxes. So when in this rendition, it is not custom duties and custom taxes, it will appear as if we are talking about something different from what we have interpreted. For that reason, the proposal that it should be custom duties and custom taxes is proper and is in line with the interpretations in clause 32. Mr. Speaker, we also talk about tax exemption all along. We are not speaking about tax relief. So the proper terminology for you to use is tax exemption and not tax relief. For which reason I wholly support the amendment proposed by the majority leader.
Well. Honourable members, all those in favour of the proposed amendment to clause 27(2), say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 27(2) is hereby carried. So I'll put the question on 27. All those in favor that clause 27 stands part of the bill, say aye. I'll put the question again. All those in favor that clause 27 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 27 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Now we come to the first schedule. Yeah, first schedule. So, honorable members, it's now about 2 o'clock. I will indulge you to allow me to extend sitting beyond the normal sitting hours. So, the first schedule.
Amendment. Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment on the first schedule.
On the question.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I believe strongly when we are talking about depreciation, it gets to a point where the value becomes zero. With this schedule, I want explanation from the chairman that at what point would the tax liability based on the depreciation become zero?
Chairman, did you?
Mr. Speaker, when I look at the text of 27.2 and I look at this schedule, in theory, it would never become zero. And for those of us who think mathematics, we understand this so well. It would never become zero. Infinitely, it will become smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. But the reason we left it as this is that, in fact, the Speaker, even if we didn't depreciate it, the value of the tax liability after 7 years, inflation alone would have eaten it up. So if you reduce it by a further 70%, for instance, after 10 years, it will be peanuts. It will be peanuts. So I would consider that to be practically zero. But in theory, there would always be something to pay.
Very well. Honourable members, all those in favor, that schedule, first schedule.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps I appreciate what he's saying. Well, why are we not going to look at a situation where after 10 years, it comes to about 90% instead of the 70. So you are just paying the 10% as at that time. Because, Mr. Speaker, even if we take the most durable, in terms of vehicle, the most durable ones like the Land Cruisers, after 10 years, it starts having all manner of challenges, depending on how you've been servicing it. So I was thinking that if you could change the 70, even at least maybe 80, so that you are paying only 20% of the damn value. So that, yes, I agree, it shouldn't run to zero forever. Like at least maybe 80 will be.
Mr. Speaker, I like the Honorable Muntaka to avert his mind to this. After 10 years, even if you didn't reduce it, after 10 years, what is really the value, given the inflation in our country? So if after 10 years, whatever inflation leaves as the value is also going to be reduced by 70%, it wouldn't even make any difference in theory if we put 90 there, because the money would be so small. Actually, this schedule was brought to us by the Ghana Revenue Authority when we inquired from them how they are implementing the depreciation in the tax liability. And then they gave us a table which they have been implementing through the Commissioner General's directives. So we said, no, let's legislate it so that people cannot be going around the law and doing their own thing. So, honestly, after 10 years, even if the amount wasn't reduced, Honorable Muntaka, it will be so small that reducing it by 70% and reducing it by 90% will not make a lot of difference. That's my view.
Mr. Speaker, I want to get this clarity from the chair. You know that most of the duties, the liabilities, they do dollar equivalent. So if you are talking about as at the time of the entry, are they going to use the CD or the dollar? Because if they are using dollar equivalent, Mr. Speaker, it can still be very biting, even though the liability will have gone up by 70, leaving 30. If you are still using the exchange rate, unless if you are using the CD currency, then I will agree with you that by that time it becomes so insignificant.
My own understanding is that it will have to be in CDs because the assessment we go for when you're going for your tax exemption, you know, they ask you to do an assessment on which you have the clerk's letter and all that. We'll quote the liability and we'll convert it to CDs before you are granted the exemption. If there's a difference, they let you pay. So we're here dealing in CDs. I don't see how your assessment can be done at the time of entry in dollars and left there.
Well. So I'll put the question. All those in favor that Schedule 1 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Schedule 1 will form part of the bill. Yes. Now the second schedule, yes.
Mr. Speaker, second schedule amendment proposed delete.
Reasons why?
Delete. We are deleting because all the items in the second schedule have either been, exemptions for them have either been provided for in the main text or the remaining have been imported into the new clauses that we brought. And so if we are safe if we delete the second schedule.
Well. All those in favor of the proposed amendment on the second schedule, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The second schedule will now stand part of the bill. Now, Chairman, are you going to the long title?
Yes, long title. So there's no amendment to the long title from my end. It's a short title that we'll do amendment.
Chairman, well. So we move to long title.
An act to regulate the application of tax exemptions and other exemptions and to provide for related matters.
It's now for the consideration of the House. Then, if there's no amendment, all those in favor that the long title stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The long title now stands part of the bill. Chairman.
Speaker, I'd like to propose an amendment to the short title. Now, if we look at the long title, first amendment proposed delete tax before the exemption so that we are left with Exemptions Act 2022. The reason for this amendment is that if you even look at the long title, an act to regulate the application of tax exemptions and other exemptions and to provide for related matters. So if we left it as Exemptions Act, it will be sufficient, especially given the way we have defined exemptions under clause 3. I so move, Mrs. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, there is an proposed amendment to the short title. All those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The short title now also stands part of the bill. Yes, we've come to the end of the consideration stage. Yes. Yes, leader. Leader, any indication, any direction? Leader, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, let us allow the Minister responsible for roads, the Minister for Roads, to come and answer the questions advertised. In the course of it, we will see how far we can travel. Right.
Honourable members, let me now invite you to item 7. Item 7, question time. May I respectfully invite Offer, the uncle of the house, Honourable Minister for Roads and Highways. Yes, honourable members, may I invite you to page 3, and we will begin with question 625. Question 625. And the question stands in the name of a member for time. Is it Tain or time? Time. Yes. Honourable Adama Suleimana. Honourable, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the government will construct the following roads in the Tank constituency. Nsoko to Sekwa, Nsuhunu, Nasana, Bepayasi Road. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Nsoko-Saikwa Road, measuring 30.4 kilometers, is a regional road known as R068. It forms part of the loop linking the district capital, Nsoko, to Saikwa and Sampa. Sampa is a border town which contributes greatly to commerce activity in the Bono region. The Nsoko-Saikwa Road is also critical in the transport of cash crops such as cashew and cocoa for export. Mr. Speaker, the upgrading of Nsoko to Saikwa Road has been awarded on contracts under the Cocoa Roads program. The project is titled Upgrading of Nsoko to Saikwa Road from kilometer 0 to 30.4. That is the first 30.4 kilometers. And Saikwa to Sampa Road, also the first 32.7 kilometers. The total length, Mr. Speaker, is 63.10 kilometers. The scope of the project is to upgrade the road from gravel surface to a bituminous surfacing, as well as the construction of drainage facilities. There has not been any appreciable progress on the project currently since the contractor moved to site on 8th September 2021. The Ghana Highway Authority has issued warning letters to the contractor to move back to site. Failure to do so will lead to the termination of the contract. 2. Nsuhunu to Nasanja to Beposo, the Puasi Road. Mr. Speaker, this is a feeder road measuring 20.15 kilometers. It's engineered and connector road in the 10th district of the Bono district. It is a gravel road in fair surface condition, linking Nsuhunu to the Puasi through Nasanja, Hani, and other communities. Mr. Speaker, currently, contract for the bituminous surfacing of the road commenced on 1st September 2020 for completion by 31st August 2021, which has since elapsed. Works executed to date include 1. Clearing and formation 20.15 kilometers. 2. 900 by 900 millimeter concrete U-drains, 116 meters. 1 by 900 millimeter pipe covers, 6 in number, and 1 by 1,200 millimeter pipe covers, 2 in number. Progress of work is projected at 10 kilometers physical completion. And Mr. Speaker, the contractor abandoned site but has resumed to complete the works following the issuance of 2 warning letters. The request for extension of time is being considered by the engineer supervising the project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I will cede the seat to the first Deputy Speaker. But before then, because we have so many questions, and looking at the time, and the business of the day, we will only yield one supplementary question to the owner of the question. One supplementary question. So that is the arrangement. So the first Deputy Speaker will take the seat. Fine, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Nsoko to Sekwa Road, the clearing and the formation as the Minister captured in 2021 has led to deep gullies along the road, especially from Inyawu upwards. Will the Minister consider giving us some urgent attention pending bringing the contractor back on site? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, it could be true that clearing and formation could lead to that situation, because once the surface of the road is disturbed, you can have that undulating nature that can create those gullies. So, Mr. Speaker, I will do exactly that. And it is heartwarming that even though the contractor abandoned site, at least he has resumed, and I will do everything possible under my ministry to make sure that he stays to remedy the situation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We turn to question 1174. Question 1174. And the question stands in the name of a member for Gomwa West. Gomwa West. Honorable Richard Jan Mensah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways what plans the ministry has to construct the following roads in the Gomwa West District: Apam Township Road, Apam Manford Road, Gomwa Mankesim, through to Gomwa Esiem, to Gomwa Abamkum.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Apam is the capital of the Gomwa West District in the Central Region. Apam Township roads are bituminous surface treated but in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no contract awarded for Apam Township roads. However, the trunk road, known as R207 through the town, is awarded on contract titled Partial Reconstruction of Apam to Ankamu to Afranse to Aguna Shodro Road under Lot 1, measuring 20 kilometers, and Lot 2 is 25 kilometers. Works commenced on 4 June 2020 for completion by 3 December 2022. To date, the physical progress of work is estimated at 23%. The following works have been executed: clearing and demolition 100%, concrete works 70%, earthworks 15%. Out of the above progress, no work has been done in Apam town. Mr. Speaker, the contractor has suspended work due to delay in payment. Efforts are being made to get the contractor back to site to resume work. But there is a future program which means that engineering studies will be conducted on the Apam Township roads to determine the appropriate intervention for consideration under the 2024 budget. Apam to Manford Road. Mr. Speaker, this road forms part of the regional road known as R62 in the Gumwa West District of the Central Region. It is a 5-kilometer bituminous surface treated road, but in poor condition. There is no program on this road currently. Now, Mr. Speaker, engineering studies have been carried out on the road and packaged as part of the rehabilitation of Apam to Mumford to Fida to Swahia, including Mumford Town roads, for implementation in 2023 as the future program. 3. Gomwa Mankasim to Asian to Gomwa Abakrom Road. Mr. Speaker, this road forms part of the regional road known as R207 in the Gomwa West District of the Central Region. The road is 18 kilometers bituminous surface treated road in fair condition, but there is no program on this road currently. Mr. Speaker, as future program, engineering studies will be carried out for the rehabilitation of Gomwa Mankasim to Asian to Gomwa Abakrom Road by the end of the year for implementation in 2024. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to find out from the Honorable Minister. He indicated that with the Apam Township Road, no contract has been awarded, but currently the trunk road is being worked on. As in his response, he made mention that the contractor is supposed to finish the work in 2022. But as of now, the work has been suspended. And he said effort is being made to bring the contractor to site. I have engaged the contractor, and one thing that he has said is that he needs payment before he comes to site. So by this, is the minister saying that the efforts that is being made, is it the payment that he's going to give to the contractor so that he can return to site to work on the road?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I did mention that efforts are being made to bring the contractor to site. I'm happy that he has had a word with the contractor. The contractor is Top International, so I'm sure he might have informed you, and it includes that. And I will also invite you as the MP who is concerned about the area, and I am as concerned as you. So complement my efforts so that we achieve what we want, but it includes what you said. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Aidan.
Honorable Speaker, I would have loved to ask the last question that has to do with the other trunk road, the Gomwa Mankasim Eshem Gomwa Abamkum Road. He said the Honorable Minister in his response indicated that the road is fairly good, but I can tell him that it is in a very terrible state. So I would appeal to him that if some immediate steps can be taken on it, it will be very helpful. It is not in a fair condition. It's in a terrible state. So I want to bring it to his attention. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have taken note of that. So once it's in that terrible state, all that we could do during the interim is to make sure that we cover it under the ongoing maintenance program. So I will take note of that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Question number 1180. Honorable John Kobina Abam Abuasani. Honorable Member from Boho. You may ask question 1180.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask Minister for Roads and Highways when the contractor working on the 13.7 kilometer Abuazi Ayem Road will return to site after abandoning the project's site since June 2021. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Abuadi Ayem Federal Road is a 13.7 kilometer inter-district road with a start node in the Ahanta West district and end node in the Mpoho district of the Western region. It is located off the main Takoradi to Aguna Nkwanta Highway. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the contract for the upgrading of this road, that is Abuade Ayim Federal Road and other roads measuring 42.1 kilometers, commenced on 11 December 2020 for completion by 10 December 2022. The project is being funded by COCOBO. Mr. Speaker, the project is at 16.89% fiscal completion and the contractor is currently not on site. Efforts are being made to get the contractor back to site, favor of which the appropriate contractual procedures will be taken. Works completed to date include 9.55 kilometers of clearing and 2,995 by 0.6 by 0.6 meters concrete line U-drains. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable. Are you okay?
Mr. Speaker, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Very well. Thank you. I'll move on to question number 1182. The name of the honorable member for Amenfi East, Nicholas Amankwa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you for the detailed response. However, Honorable Minister, why not rather consider
Honorable, which one? Can we ask the question as in the order paper? 1182, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways what plans the ministry has to construct bridges linking the following communities in Amenfi East. That's Asunia to Ankonsia, Ejumako to Boykro, and Old Aboye to New Aboye. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Asumbia to Ankosia are communities within the Wasa Amenfi Central District and Wasa Amenfi East Municipality in the Western region, respectively. The communities are separated by the Ankobra River. Mr. Speaker, there is no program on the road currently. The future program is that engineering studies will be conducted on the proposed bridge site to determine the appropriate span of the bridge by the end of the fourth quarter of 2022 for consideration under the 2024 budget. Ejumak to Boykrom to Jokwa Road. Mr. Speaker, this road is captured on the Department of Federal Roads database as Ejumakun to Mampong to Modasu Jokwa Road. It is a 26-kilometer feeder road in poor condition located in the Wasa Amenfi Central District and Wasa Amenfi East Municipality in the Western region. Currently, the bridge over the Ankobra has been awarded on a design and build contract as part of the check bridges by the Ministry of Roads and Highways.
The project was awarded on 6 May 2022 for completion by 6 May 2023. The contractor is currently on site and clearing is ongoing. The bridge linking the Ejumakun to Boycrom to Jukwa communities, when constructed, will bridge the Ankobra River and connect the Wasa Amanfi District, Central District, and Wasa Amanfi East Municipality in the Western region. Its span is 45 meters. 3. The old Aboy to new Aboy Road. Mr. Speaker, these are communities within the Wasa Amanfi East Municipality in the Western region. The communities are separated by the Manso River. There is no program on the road currently. But the future program, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering studies will be conducted on the proposed bridge site to determine the appropriate span of the bridge by the end of the fourth quarter of 2022 for consideration under the 2024 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your detailed response. However, why not rather consider the Esunia and Konsia and Old Aboy, New Aboy in the 2023 budget rather than 2024? Because that will bring a very much relief to my constituents. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is a very, very fair question, because since the engineering studies will be done at the fourth quarter of 2022, it presupposes that it should form part of the 2023 budget. But the ministry has lined up, a number of programs. So we think that it will be feasible to take it up in 2024 once we go through the engineering studies by the close of 2022. But that notwithstanding, I think we can take note of that if it could be accommodated in 2023 by whatever reason. Why not? That request could be considered. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the assurance. I will follow up. Mr. Speaker, I want to express my profound gratitude to the Honorable Minister and his ministry in respect of the contract for the bridges on the Ankobra River. Honorable Minister, I would also like to appeal to you that.
Another question?
No, it's the same question.
It's the same question, but
no.
Me and our leader, you need to guide the last venture.
To me. Kindly switch off.
I'm referring to paragraph 3.
Member, kindly switch off your mic. The question you asked was Asumdria Ankosia Ejumaku Boy Krom Dokoa or Older Boy New Aboy. There's no reference to Ankobra. The answer the minister gave had no reference to Ankobra. The follow-up questions is to ask for further elaboration or clarification from the answer, not to introduce a new matter. So if you have another question following from the minister's answer, please go ahead. Otherwise, you can't introduce a new matter. Please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I was referring to that's Ejumako Boy Chrome. It's the same question. So, and the current response to this, that was the current program. The bridges over the Ankobra has been awarded on on a design and built contract as part of the check bridges by the Ministry of Roads and Highway. The project was awarded on 6 May 2022 for a completion by 6 May 2020. So it's the same question.
All right. You're right. Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I would like to express my profound gratitude to you and the ministry in respect of the contract for the bridges on the Ankobra River. However, the contractor is yet to move to site. So I'll plead with you to put things in place in order for the contractor to move to site to start executing the job for us. Grateful.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Do you want to make comment on that?
Mr. Speaker, I have noted it. I thank my colleague for it. Thank you.
Yes, the next question is by the Honorable Member for Kwetia, Henry Bochi Yado.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the inner roads of Akwetia Township, which is about 10 kilometers, will be completed.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Akwetia in the Denchembo district, and it's a district in eastern region. The Akwetia town roads are in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, a contract titled Construction of Selected Roads in Akwetia, measuring 10 kilometers, commenced on 22nd December 2017 for completion by 20th June 2020. Progress of work to date is at 65% physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site, and efforts to get him to return to site have proven futile. The contract has thus been recommended for termination. The outstanding works will be repackaged for re-award after successful termination of the contract. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one supplementary question for the Minister. From his answers, he said the contractor has been abandoned the project or site to continue the work. I would like to ask the Minister, when is the repackage for re-award after the determination will be given, if any timelines? If any timelines will be given. If any timelines will be given. Timelines. From your answer, you said the contract, yes.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as indicated, it looks as if all efforts to get the contractor to return to site have proved futile, and the contractor involved is Accord Construction. So we have no other alternative than to go ahead for termination. And if that is done, I can indicate that within 4 weeks, yes, within 4 weeks from the date of termination, we should be able to repackage the works, the outstanding works, because definitely the scope of works might change. Then you have to put it together within 4 weeks, go through the procurement process and re-award it to a more competent contractor. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, how soon is the contract going to be terminated?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have already indicated that once the contractor has not returned to site, despite all the efforts and the warning letters written to him, to go ahead to terminate it is just a matter of days, because it's just a matter of writing a letter to inform him that the project and the contract have been terminated. Then that will pave way for us to do the repackaging for the Ray Award. So it could take place in any moment from now. Thank you.
Very well. I'll proceed to 1129. Honorable Member for German North, Frederick Yao Ahinkwa. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the remaining 15 kilometers out of the 28 kilometers stretch of the Dibebi Brody Sampa Road be awarded for construction.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the BB to Sampa Road is a regional road known as R093, which is 22 kilometers in the Ghana Highway Authority road database. It is a gravel road in poor condition, and this road connects Wenchi to Sampa, which are district capitals in the Bono region. The first 8 kilometers of the road has been awarded under the project title Upgrading of the BB to Sampa Road. The state of the remaining 14 kilometers of the road is in a deplorable condition with varying effects on the road. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the engineering studies and estimates for the remaining 14 kilometers of the road have been conducted for further consideration by the Ghana Highway Authority. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
No. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the Minister. He has said in his answer that the 14 kilometers remaining part of the road is in a deplorable state, which is posing danger to commuters on the road. So I want to know exactly when this road will be considered for an award to be constructed, at least to relieve the burden on the commuters on that road. Taking into consideration the road being an international road and linking two different districts with German North, Wenchi, and then Tyne district. This road is linking German North to two different districts. And then aside it is an international road. So I want to know when exactly it will be awarded for construction to be done. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have taken note of the condition of the road, and as I confirmed, the 14 kilometers is in the deplorable condition. The contractor on it, PMC Limited, is quite a good contractor. We know that he has some few problems which we are trying to sort it out with him. And once we have finished conducting engineering studies on the 14 kilometers, we will see what could be done, either by awarding it to contractor, or if we try to resolve the outstanding issues with the PMC Limited, he could be given the opportunity to work on the extension of the road as a variation order. So I will take note of your concern and we will work with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for the assurance given. Thank you very much.
Question number 1250. German North again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Road and Highways what has accounted for the ministry's inability to fix Sampa Town roads upon several awards, abrogations, re-awards, and repackaging of contracts from one contractor to the other since 2004.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Sampa is the capital town of the Jama North District in the Bono region. Several awards, abrogations, re-awards, and repackaging of contracts from one contractor to the other since 2004 can be attributed to a large extent on the non-performance of the contractors who were awarded these projects. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the contract titled Upgrading of Sampa Town Roads, measuring 10 kilometers, commenced on 5th July 2016 for completion by 5th July 2017. The contractor has been on and off site intermittently and has managed to achieve 17% fiscal completion to date. The contractor is currently not on site, and all efforts to get him to return to site to complete the works have proven futile. Mr. Speaker, as a result, the contract has been recommended for termination, and all outstanding works are being repackaged for re-award after successful termination of the contract. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for the answer given. At least it will bring a relief to me as a member of Parliament, because this is something which I'm always being chased after as if I have the strength to do it. But now my constituents know where the problem is coming from. So it is a relief to me. But Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister, the contractor who is responsible for the construction of the road. I'm asking this question because this road has undergone metamorphosis when it comes to award and re-awarding. So as we speak, we don't know exactly the contractor who is still on site, as you said. So we want to know the contractor who is responsible for the work as of now.
Honorable Minister, who is the contractor on site as of now? The contractor on site.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the contractor on this road is known as Shama Rori Limited. And as I indicated in the answer, he has been in and out. Anytime he gets out of sight, whatever has to be done, had to be done for him to come back, work for a period and go back. And I believe a lot of these backwards, forwards, due to payment issues, which means that, yes, it could be true, but he also lacks capacity to execute the job. And it has come to a point that I think he has come to his wit's end. And we are fed up, with this backwards and forward, movement on the road. So we have taken a firm decision, to terminate the contract. And it will take a while to take fresh inventories, to define the scope, to repackage it, and then re-award it to a more competent contractor. And this time, steps will be taken to make sure that we don't repeat that again. If I should call it a mistake, we will make sure we give it to a contractor who has the capacity to perform. And that is the essence of the classification exercise which is going on in the ministry. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, Sampa, you have been there personally, and it's a district capital, and we share boundary with Ivory Coast. This road has been awarded for the past 18 years. And Sampa being a district capital, I think what we are experiencing doesn't befit a status of a district capital. I'm pleading with you. I'm pleading with your outfits to speed up the process of determination and then re-award it so that at least we can have a relief. Recently, I attended a health review performance program at my district. And when the health director came with a list of diseases that we have in the district, about 90% of the diseases in the district is as a result of dust. That's the respiratory diseases because of the dusty nature of the town. I'm pleading, sir, to assist me and my constituents so that at least we also have a relief. This is my prayer. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we shall do our best. It's an appeal. It's not even a plea. You are not pleading. You are not even supposed to plead. It's something that has to be done. So I've taken note. All things being equal, we shall work on it. Thank you.
Question number 1253, Honourable Member for Bulsa North, James Agaga.
Mr. Speaker, permit me to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when works on the Tankansel-Sweden feeder road located in Wiaga in the Bulsa North municipality will be completed.
Yes, Honourable Member.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Tankanja to Zuadem feeder road forms part of the Viaga-Kadema Interdistrict Feeder Road. The road is partially engineered and connects the Bulsa North municipality and Bulsa South district of the Upper East region. The road is partly earth and partly gravel, with a number of collapsed drainage structures as well as very poor surface condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the road was packaged under the contract titled Sport Improvement of Senyense to Balansa Feeder Road and others, measuring 64.3 kilometers. The contract commenced on 17 May 2018 for completion by 27 June 2020 due to variation of works issued on the contract. The contract is financed by the Ghana Road Fund. The Speaker, the list of roads under the contract is as follows. Senyense to Balansa of length 9.60 kilometers. 2. Wiaga to Kom 6 kilometers. 3. Wiaga to Senyense 10 kilometers. 4. Wiaga Swadema to Tankasa to Kadima 13 kilometers. 5. Yekwene Junction to Yekwene to White Volta 14.10 kilometers. And 6. Sandima to Casio 11.60 kilometers. Progress of works to date is at 53% physical completion. Mr. Speaker, the contractor vacated site in August 2020 after executing the following: clearing 54.3 kilometers, single 900 millimeter diameter pipe covers, 31 in number, single 1,200 millimeter diameter pipe covered, 1 in number, triple 1,200 millimeter diameter pipe covered, 1 in number, double 1,800 millimeter diameter pipe covered, also 1 in number, triple 3 by 3 meters box covered, 1 in number, and single 700 by 900 U covers, also 2 in number. Mr. Speaker, efforts are being made to get the contractor back to site, favor of which the appropriate contractual procedures will be taken. I thank you.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, my follow-up question is, first, who is this contractor and why did he abandon site in the first place?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the contractor is Mijiaz Hamdan Company Limited. And he abandoned site due to a number of reasons, lack of capacity, and of course, payment issues is also a bit of a challenge. But if you look at the work done, the contractor appears to have had challenges with payment and capacity, combined. But at least some work has been done, and I said he has done almost 53% of the job, which is a little over half. So that's why we are resistant in terminating the contract, because we believe that such a contractor, perhaps with some encouragement, he will be able to execute the job. That's why we are taking him on to make sure that we raise onto the job. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
But the last follow-up is he the same contractor who is also working on the package is in 6 categories, as you yourself stated in your answer. So we have number 1, seniority balancer, number 2, Weaga.com, Weaga seniority, Santa Makatu, Yipping, White Volta. Is he the same contractor working on all these lots?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, according to our records, yes, this is the breakdown of the job, if you like. They are into lots, but they form one composite project, but he is executing them. And if you total them, the total length is not anything which is too big for such a contractor or one contractor. So he is performing all these jobs. So there are lots.
Very well. The next question is the name of the same honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask the roads and highways why the contractor working on the Jansa Bridge in Seniority, even before the completion of works, has abandoned site for the past 4 years?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Tamale to Wariwari or Savelugo to Wariwari Road, Phase 1, forms part of the National Road 10.
Honorable Minister, you are answering number 1254.
1264. 1254. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, the Jansa is a farming community along the Yikweni Junction to Yikweni Feeder Road in the Buza North municipality of the Upper East region. The road has partly earth and gravel sections in very poor condition with a major bottleneck at kilometer 5 plus 520, that is outskirts of Jansa, where a tributary of the White Volta River crosses the road. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Yikweni Junction to Yikweni Feeder Road is part of the list of roads packaged under the contract title Sport Improvement of Saliency to Balancer Feeder Road and others, measuring 64.30 kilometers. The contract commenced on 17 May 2018 for completion by 27 June 2020 due to variation of works issued on the contract. The contract is financed by the Ghana Road Fund. Mr. Speaker, the list of roads under the contract is as follows. Senyenzi to Balancer, 9.60 kilometers. Viaga to Kom, 6 kilometers. Viaga to Senyenzi, 10 kilometers. Viaga to Zuadema to Kankaza to Kadema, 13 kilometers. Yikweni Junction to Yikweni to White Water, 14.1 kilometers. And Sandima to Casio, 11.6 kilometers. The major bottleneck, which is a triple 3 by 3 meter bus culvert, has been constructed. The outstanding work is approach filling, which is yet to be done. The contractor left site in August 2020 to delay in payment after executing the following. 1. Clearing 54.30 kilometers. 2. Single 900 millimeter diameter pipe culverts, 31 in number. 3. Single 1,200 millimeter diameter pipe culvert, 1 in number. 4. Triple 1,200 millimeter diameter pipe culvert, also 1 in number. 5. Double 1,800 millimeter pipe culvert, 1 in number. 6. Triple 3 by 3 meters box culvert, 1 in number. And 7. Single 700 by 900 U culvert, also 2 in number. Works completed to date is projected at 53% physical completion. And Mr. Speaker, efforts are being made to get the contractor back to site, failure of which the appropriate contractual procedures will be taken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my follow-up question. Honorable Minister, the culvert you indicated has been constructed, has actually now been dragged by the water current of the tributary of the White Volta that it is supposed to breach into the middle of the river. And so, when you state in your answer that the outstanding works is approach filling, at the moment the situation on the ground has changed since the contractor abandoned site. The water has washed the culvert into the middle of the river and in the process widened the river. So in the rainy season, the Jansa community is completely now cut off from the rest of Seniesi. The result has been that ever since the contractor abandoned site, almost every season, rainy season, somebody drowns in the river. So it's a very serious matter. I want to know what remedial measures your ministry can put in place so that in the rainy season, at least the people of that community can cross the river. Before the construction works, they could cross. But now it is almost impossible for them to cross. What remedial measures would you put in place whilst you work to get the contractor to return to site?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that problem and the picture the honourable member is trying to create could be correct, and I do not have any doubt that it's not correct, because once you put in a box culvert or even a proper bridge or even ordinary drain, it's important that almost immediately the backfills must be done. Because if you don't do that, you create an opportunity for water to be trapped. And between the box culvert and the bank of the road, it could be widened anytime there is rainfall. So under such circumstance, it must even be treated as an emergency case. So, Mr. Speaker, I will take note and take action on it to get information from the district engineers. And we may have to take steps once the box culvert is in place to do the backfilling, both sides, to avert any further danger. So I will take it up as an emergency situation. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. 1264 in the name of the honourable member for Nabrongo Central. Samson Tangombu Cherajia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways why the design and build contract for Tamale to Walawali Road, that is Sevalugu Walawali, phase 1, does not cover up to Paka border, which is in the more developed state.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Tamale to Waliwali also as Sevalugu to Waliwali Road phase 1 forms part of the National Road 10, known as N10. The road forms the final part of the Central Corridor Trunk Road, a major corridor for transit to and from neighboring landlocked countries north of Ghana. The road is in a fair condition. The Waliwali to Paga Road measures 93 kilometers and in fair condition. Mr. Speaker, the Tamale Paga Road project has been divided into 3 phases. Phase 1 is made up of Sevalugu to Waliwali, measuring 83 kilometers. Phase 2, dualization of Tamale to Sevalugu Road, 23 kilometers. Phase 3, rehabilitation of Waliwali to Paga Road, also 93 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, currently the Tamale to Waliwali, also
Honourable members, order.
Mr. Speaker, currently the Tamale to Waliwali, also known as Sevalugu to Waliwali Road, of length 83 kilometers, constituting phase 1, is a design and build contract which commenced on 21st June 2022 for completion by 20th December 2025. The contract is currently in the mobilization stage. Waliwali to Paga Road. There is currently contract on the Waliwali to Paga Road section. No contract on the Waliwali to Paga Road section. But the future program, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering studies will be conducted on the Waliwali to Paga Road section, measuring 93 kilometers as phase 3 of the ongoing Tamale Waliwali Road project by the end of the 4th quarter of 2022 for consideration in the 2024 budget. I thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 1, the minister is saying that Waliwali to Paga Road 93 kilometers and in fair condition. For those who ply that road, they will testify that the road is more terrible than the road from Tamale to Walwali. And looking at 2024, because that road is Trans-ECOWAS road, linking Ghana to Burkina Faso, and considering the type of track that ply that road, 2024 budget, I'm not sure the road will help us. And if you look at that Napa East region, we don't have an airport. Will the minister try and then bring it down to 2023 so that it will just join the other one, so that at least it will make traveling easy for us over there?
Anything that means about anything. Yes, Honorable Minister. 2024, it means that they won't do it.
Last quarter.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a definite program to work on the road between Tamale and Paga, because this is a very important stretch. It's an international road because it links, as I said, our landlocked countries. But we have lotted the entire stretch into three because it's a very long stretch. As we speak now, the Savelugu Wariwari session, and I believe you are aware, the Indian contractors are there, and they have commenced work. They have mobilized, and everything is being done for them to start work. And we have cut short for that project quite recently, whilst working on the other stretch up to Paga, of length 93 kilometers. Is quite long, but I can assure you that such an important international road, we will not allow it to become impassable. It must always be accessible because of the cargo that uses that route. So we shall make sure it's maintained until the time comes for full rehabilitation of that stretch. I thank you.
Are you done? This is a constituency specific question. I'll move on to question 1266. Honorable Member for Nabrongo Central, you may ask your second question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Nabrongo-Kolgo-Naga Road will be completed.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Nabrongo-Kolgo-Naga Road is a 39.7 kilometer regional road known as R116. The road connects Nabrongo and Naga through Kolgo, all in the Nabrongo district of the Upper East region. Mr. Speaker, currently, contract for the upgrading of the Nabrongo to Naga Road from kilometer 2.7 to kilometer 42.4 commenced on 10th January 2020 for completion by 9th January 2023. Work on the project is ongoing and the contractor has executed the following works on site. Site clearance and demolition 100%, earthworks 13.27%, concrete works, covers and new drains 18.1%, road pavements works, sub-base 1.151%. Mr. Speaker, fiscal progress of work is
estimated at 39.82%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Looking at the timelines, 2 years contract, we have done almost 70%, more than 18 months, and just 39.8% completed. The problem we have now here is that because of the land clearing, the Naga people with just on 2 days are cut off, and the contractor is not on site. So the question is, looking at the time period, whether the minister is very sure that we can complete this contract by the 9th of January.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have taken note of that concern. You are the contractor, plans construction. He is quite good contractor. So I do not have the information here that he has abandoned site. So I will follow up and see that the contractor returns to site to continue with the work. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, the available information to me is that the certificates submitted are not being paid, and the problem is about funding. The minister is here, my plea is that when will the minister ensure that those certificates are paid so that the contractor can go back to site?
Honorable Minister.
Everything is about.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, payment is an ongoing process, and anytime money becomes available following revenue generation and all of us discharging our responsibilities, tax payment and all, then payment to contractors will continue. It's a process, and anytime money becomes available, you can be sure that the contractor will be paid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just my last one. We have 6 months to go. Just 5 months, we are in July. And we have to complete this contract by January 9th. So if we want to look at any time we get funding and we go, I'm not sure we will not have a project of our hand. I'm pleading with you as a brother. My people are cut off. When will you be able to leave something small to the contractor so that at least he will get that side mended for the people to be able to cross Unaga? Otherwise, they cannot come to town. Something small.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Leader. Honorable Minister is asking when will we give them something small?
Mr. Speaker, I'm taking note. I thank my colleagues so much. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. I will continue to remind you.
Oh my God. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of question time. We thank the Honorable Minister for attending upon the House to answer the questions. You are discharged now. Yes, Leader.
If Mr. Speaker will be pleased, we may proceed to do the third reading of the exemption bill.
Yes. That is what item? Very well. Yes, item 23. I have. Honorable Minister, I've discharged you, but you're enjoying the question seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the exemption bill 2022 be now read the third time. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion for the third reading of the exemption bill. Thank you.
Honorable members, the motion for third reading has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it.
An act to regulate the application of tax exemptions and other exemptions and to provide for related matters.
The exemption bill has been now read the third time and passed. Honorable Leader, can I bring proceedings to a close now? Can I bring proceedings to a close now?
Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, today is a Friday. We are all happy. We should end the happiness well. Mr. Speaker, there is only one item, presentation of papers, just one. It's just presentation of papers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Other people addendum, presentation of papers by the Minister for Finance. Who is representing him? Yes, Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways. Yes.
Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, get fund levy, NHIL, EXIM levy, special import levy, and COVID-19 health recovery levy, amounting to Ghana cedi equivalent of 14,704,154 euros on materials, goods, and equipment to be procured for A. The reconstruction of the Bechimantia Akumanda Road, 40.4 kilometers, and B. The reconstruction of the Takwa Agona Nkwata Road, 66 kilometers, by Messrs. Gabriel Kotu Rango Consortium.
The paper is duly presented. Is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Roman 2.
Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, get fund levy, NHIL, EXIM levy, special import levy, COVID-19 health recovery levy, and domestic VAT amounting to Ghana cedi equivalent of 8,752,905 euros, made up of imports 6,674,220 euros. B. Domestic purchases 2,078,685 euros on materials, equipment, and works services to be procured for the construction of Trauma Hospital in Obuasi and Enyinem and Accident and Emergency Center at Enyirasu Hospital and rehabilitation of the Obuasi Health Center.
The paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if you will be pleased, we shall proceed to item 11. Motion. No. Yes, 11, you agree. Oh, it's... No. You said he's your friend and you've agreed. Oh, okay. No. It's... Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it appears there was some miscommunication. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader, what is the emergency about this motion? If we take this motion, if we don't take this motion today, what will happen? Kindly let us take it on Monday. It's
Mr. Speaker, there was some miscommunication. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, there was some miscommunication. Mr. Speaker, there was some miscommunication. The labors of the day, Mr. Speaker, the labors of the day must come to an end. There has been sufficient industry. Mr. Speaker, there be no further business on the floor. Mr. Speaker, we humbly Mr. Speaker, we are entirely in your hands at this moment.
Honourable members, the House is adjourned to Monday, July 25th at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.